Making me a man after midnight. There we go. Some more technical difficulties this morning. Not quite sure why. But multi-chat isn't loading on OBS, my stream elements. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Probably only need Twitch and Kick, right? Yeah, that's working. Okay. Day 23. 10-week benchmarks, baby. Let's get into it. Oh boy, remember how fun these are? Don't have my water. Gonna have to go get that after this. Gotta stay hydrated. Burp. My boy's dipping around here. Alright, we can handle you. Stay still. You son of a nutcracker. Yeah. I'm gonna get my water real quick. Wherever it is. All right. Settle into this a bit. Not bad. Just keep it going. Just keep it going. Stay still. Slow down, you manka panka. Oh boy. Do do do. Just trugging along, trucking, chugging, trugging. Overflicked there. Tracking. Eliminate. Tracking. Track. Get over here. It's too close. He's up my grill. Ooh, should be easier to hit if you're this close. It's got the moves though. I had a high score without even noticing it. So the 18th, this was today. We shrug along. Come on, you little son of a nothing. You little orb. Didn't even say. Just keep going. We just gotta get these reps in. Kind of not the best way to look at it, but that's just how I feel right now. Let's just do it. Let's just get these reps in so we can get to the game. Two to go. Two to go. Okay. Remember to blink. Very important. Water my eyes. I can see the future. Oh, that felt like a high score. Damn! Last one, best one. Future. Okay. Little movements. We don't like these little movements. The thing is, like, nobody moves like this in a game. Son of a nutcracker. Nobody moves like that. Alright, this is the tough one. This is a toughie. Diddle-diddle, diddle-diddle. Get back here! Get back here! Link. The link. The lick. The link. Hey. This guy is running away from me. Niet zo goed. Niet zo goed. He's a little AC in here. It's heating up. Jonas Brothers. Oh, and I can't hit a shot. Where are you? What are you doing? Hey, 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 hey. Get back here. Get back here. Ooh, you know what I just realized? Vertical is probably not set up right. All right, let's do that real quick. Yeah. All right. I also can't see YouTube chat, but nobody ever talks in YouTube chat, so not too worried about it. I got a cough. Blink. This guy's so elusive. Get back here. Please, Mr. Ball. We just chug along. Chug a lug, chug a lug, chug a lug, lug, lug. Ugh. Oh, is that a good one? News to me. Newt Looney, hey hi. Hey hi, Newt Looney. What it do, baby boo? Newt Looney, that's a fun name. Newt. Oh, I see you said something. I can see it. Another corner of my eye. I can't read it because I blink. 182. Oh, we're tracking him. Get over there. Get back here. Just trying to get away. I'm saying no. Newt Looney. Classic Newt. Oh, Newt. Yeah, that's just Newt. Doing some Newt things over there. Get here, ball. Peepo Happy. How are you? I'm good. What is Peepo Happy? Is that it's just not coming up as a emoticon or whatever they're called? I'm doing well, Newt. I'm just trying to get better at aiming right now. And I tell you what, I have no idea if I'm getting better. Probably am. It's probably doing something, but stop. It's tough. We should a full circle here, ball. What's going on? I can't hit you. Blink. Oh. You blend into the ceiling a little bit. I kind of wish you had shaders on. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to put the shades on you. Little ball. So you're rounded. Not just two-dimensional. I'll give you another dimension. My title means I'm trying to stream every day for 10 weeks. Today is day 22. So it's a 10-week goal that I've set. I'm on day 22, which is technically week 5 but I've missed 2 days. Or so, sorry, day 23. So today should be day 25, but I've missed 2 days of my 10-week goal. So I'm about to be, after today, I'll be halfway there. Excluding the 2 days that I missed. And I already know I'm going to miss another week in August. So, you know, we'll shoot for the moon. Land on the stars type deal. What's your first language, Newt Newt? What's your primary language? Get over here, ball. Get over here, ball. Yeah, ball. Newt Newt. Italian. Nice. I'm actually going to Italy in August. That's why I'm going to be missing a week. Going for a wedding. Yeah, I'll be flying into Rome, flying out of Milan. The wedding is in Tuscany. I think we might go to Florence for like a day. I don't know. You got any suggestions of what I should do? I feel like Rome is the big one. I want to go do like all the Colosseum and there's a lot of history in Rome, right? Obviously, the Romans. When in Rome, gonna have to say that like at least 5 times a day. I hope I like Italy too. Alright, new task. I'm sure I will. Europe is just generally great. Are you in Italy now? Newt? Looney? Newt. The dude. Can't hit a shot, Newt. Falling apart here. Need to focus up. Don't be chasing. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Quite chaotic, but beautiful. I'm sure it's like very touristy, right? Like I'm going as a tourist. I'm going to do all the touristy things, but I'm sure there's a lot of like local culture that I might miss out on just because, you know, not keyed into that stuff. Freaking love the name Newt. Newt. Oh, that was something. Bang, bang, bang. Oh my gosh. I'm chasing again. I stink. Trentino Alto Adige, an area close to Switzerland. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never heard of that before. Is that like Alps? Isn't Swiss Alps. Does the Alps go? Did the Alps go into Italy? Italy doesn't have skiing, right? I'm really bad with geography. Apologies. Let's just get through these. Just gotta get through these. Not even checking score, seeing if I'm doing all right. Jeez, that was bad. Hold the line. Come on, Newt. Let's hear it for Newt. Let's get Newt. Over by the Swiss Alps. Mr. Newt to you. Yeah, I'm trying to improve. So I've been playing, well, I've been playing video games for like my entire life, but pretty much solely on console. So starting out streaming, making the switch over to mouse and keyboard, and I am atrocious compared to how I am on console. So this is just an attempt to bridge that skill gap a little bit. But honestly, it's a lot harder than, I don't know, some people like make the switch and they're better. This is like learning an entire new game to me. Entire new system. And clearly, lots of room for improvement. I'm about to play some Overwatch though. What games do you play? Uh-oh, did I figure it out? Oh, Newt, you seeing this? Holy, whoa! Is that no, it wasn't. I got 5 more of these, and then it's Aim Labs, baby. Oh wait, no, it's Overwatch, baby. I'm on Aim Labs now. Duh. Newt, what is this guy saying? Like, what? It's crazy, man. You should be able to change directions mid-air instead of once to say it a million times. Bang, 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 bang. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Just kidding. I stink. Huh. Hey. I can't hit a shot. Newt, I'm falling apart. Newt's commander. Newt. My boy Newt. I am Newt. Newt with the toot. Straight to the shoot. Oh, I play a lot of Apex too, so Apex as well. I'm sitting at Diamond. I just got into Diamond on console, but I'm like gold on PC. There's just a big update, right? Like Ash is now a skirmisher, which honestly makes sense. And they changed like what is it? What's that 3-burst weapon? Not the Hemlock. Prowler? Prowler just got a buff, right? What are the meta weapons right now? I still run I like the Volt. Devotion? No. Well, yes, the Devotion when you can get it upgraded, but what's the like Devotion equivalent of a heavy gun? Stinky, stinky poopy. The Devotion only? That's what you run? Or that's the meta? Yo, what's that? What is this? Did I figure something out here? Am I the greatest to ever do it? What? Newt Scamander. The meta. 2 to go! 2 to go! Put our head down and just get through this. Yeah, the Devotion's pretty solid. Tis a good weapon, but honestly, I don't pick it up that much. Like if I'm at one of those gun stations, gun crafters, whatever, the energy depot, I'll pick up the Volt instead of the Devotion. I'm a Volt guy. It's because you need to like fully upgrade the Devotion, right? Can't hit a shot. I can and then I can't. Oopsie dizzle. Oopsie doodle. Last one, best one. 3, 2, 1, go! So yesterday I randomly got the shaders on these orbs. I don't know what I did to do it. And it was only for one. But it made a pretty big difference, I feel like. Because these just like blend the background. And I kind of hate it. No, please. I'm chasing, I'm chasing. Let him come to me, let him come to me. I'm chasing. Can't hit a frackin' shot. Oh, got that one. Sniped! I don't know why my legs fall asleep. Wingman and car R99 if they don't kill me from miles away. I, for whatever reason, do not, like, I never pick up a Wingman. Just, I can't hit those shots. R99, I'm just starting to get keyed in on. All right, Overwatch. I have been having some technical difficulties with Overwatch though, so we will see. What I'm able to do here. Here we go. Download pre-release content. No. Overwatch. Oh. Don't know why that was there. Do this. Oops, I just opened Spotify. Error, error, error. Okay, no issues. Unranked. Can't play ranked yet. Because 2:23. Got an hour to play Overwatch. Noop.
Now
Noop. What the toot. Oh.
I will
Oops.
not leave a broken world behind.
How do I... Is it C? Yeah.
Hello there. I'm in.
Oh, a little. Okay.
Select a map.
Noop with the toot. Who wants to play Control? Why? Control is stinky. We don't like Control. We don't like. Yeah, baby. What do I got? I forgot to check. Am I deeps or am I support? I am. Oh shit! Wait. You can't see me. I am support. Tegana? Yes. Sources.
Select your hero.
Oops. Add video capture device. This one. And do this. Bueno.
Not leave a broken world behind. Been a while.
Let's get some kills. This beat is sick. We gotta calm to the team. What's up, team? Gotta let them know we're here. We're here.
These days.
How about I do this? Is this better? No, not quite.
I need durable volunteers for some kinetic biolite
Is that
experiments.
better? Me.
Can I count on you?
There, I think it's good.
I'm not your best subject. This body isn't exactly.
Gotta get some
cutting edge
hot
packaging.
comms, baby.
Miss Chase.
Hotcom.com.
You never tear yourself down.
Where is he? Come on.
All right, I get the picture.
Oh, that's a big old hook. Watch the hooks. I should be able to make this hog my biatch. I'm gonna make this hog have a terrible day. Just kidding, I missed.
That must sting.
Anti. Behind us.
Stand up straight.
I'm gonna sleep this hog. Sleeping! And died. Great pull by that. There's a tracer behind.
I couldn't have done better.
Yeah, baby. I don't know where the tracer is.
Over here.
Still behind. New with the toot. Ball can't see you. Can't hear you. We got point, we got point.
Watch here.
Yeah, baby. Grip me! Grip me so hard! That up Nano? Who wants Nano? Ow! Owie! It hurt! We're coming so hard, baby. They don't even know what's hitting. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Try harder than that.
Oh, that's new. Look at that. Get this payload on the road. Ouch.
Eyes on target. Enemy turret here.
Owie. Weaver, res me.
Coming through.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Alright, GC. You ready for this Nano? Hot, nasty Nano.
Enemy in sight.
It's go time.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Get in there, baby. Yeah, baby! I got payload, don't worry. Oops. Oh, we got one kill, bud?
I'm not finished.
Personne n'échappe à moi.
Ooh, Sombra, I love that pick. You just make Widow's Day terrible.
Won't give in.
Yo! I am worse than Widow. Who'd have thunk it?
I still have some fight in me. Stand up straight. That must sting.
Big anti?
Targeting hostile. That party was boring. لسه قدامي كتير. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Gotta die of the Widow.
No recovery.
I missed everything.
Interesting game.
Very interesting.
Okay, she's above, I guess.
This is not the end.
Dunkelberg. Widow is a problem. Oh, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Got my ult.
Let me
Eyes
try.
on target.
Sleeping.
Reloading. I needed that. 60 seconds. Stand up straight.
There's a hog behind. You don't need healing tank. You're full.
This will cut the pain.
Tank, what are you doing? You're hiding.
You're at.
The payload's moving. About time.
Bruh. Get it, get it, get it, get it.
Good job.
Well done.
Taking care of you. شكله مؤلم.
Ain't it?
Over there.
Huge. Huge. Quick, 3 on, we can get it.
That was fun.
It's not over, they get a touch again.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Surrender. I will.
That's how we do it, baby.
Mobilizing.
Nice one.
Didn't hit a single sleep there. Got the win. Got the win. Wins? 1.
Someone needs to show how it's done. Choose your map.
I am DPS. Noot noot. GG. Noot noot noot. Hey 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 hey. Doot, 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 doot. Come on, who wants to play Nepal? What's that about? There we go. You see, Noot Noot, even though I'm not the most technically sound aimer, I make up for it with comms. Chatter, chatterbox. We're defending. Meow. Let's go, team. Most important, calm often, calm early. I always calm early. No matter what I do, I'm calming early.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
Bam, 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 bam.
It must cool you, working with me, keeping me alive.
Oh, we got a cat on my lap. Cat on my lap.
Want to die. Not even you.
Kona.
You know,
Say hi. Say hi, Kona.
real competition
Hi.
at the range lately.
Ah, Kona.
There are plenty of moving targets on the battlefield.
I'll take that as a no.
You're licking my hand. I'll give you some bits.
One. Attackers in.
All right, team, we got this.
Stop the pain.
Tango spotted.
We will shield you for now.
Stop it. Hostile here.
Diva was very low. Backing up, Billy. Echo behind, echo behind.
Pay attention or you'll wind up dead.
Back it up, back it up. Never mind, never mind. I'm going to high ground. Reload that, please. Thank you. Good enough, anyway. People up top here. Need help. Thank you. Oh!
The wait is over.
Gotta get back quick. Gotta get back quick. I'm on my way, team. I'm on my way. Kona, you're about to become an issue here. You're a bit of a liability, Kona. No matter how cute you are. Hey, you're licking my aiming hand, Kona. I'm going back up top.
Good choice.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I've got you in my sights. Man on a mission. Stay out of my way.
Kona.
They can't get away with this.
Can't keep getting away with this. Ow! Owie! Ow! Ow! He hurt me.
Feeling spry. You're going home in a box.
Damn. Ah! Yeah, that's tough. Oh no, that guy on the ground. Oh, I got dope. If I had Mei, I would like to play Mei. Oh, that guy killed me. I thought it was the diva.
I'm really big
Rub some dirt on it.
Oops, a doozle. We're kind of getting sauced.
Major pack
Fields online.
I wish I could eat.
I've got you in my sights.
Just watch the C9.
Get out of my way, I'll run you over.
Whoa.
My ultimate is ready.
You are safe with me.
Over there.
Deiner Seite. I require assistance.
I think I hear him this way. Yeah.
Enemy over here.
Eyes on an enemy.
Adaptive circuit engaged.
Ooh.
I'll try to repay the favor.
There's 3 over here.
Step right up. Heat checking. Affirmative.
Above.
Biotics deployed. Tango spotted.
Those are.
Heroes never die.
We got this team. We got this.
Are you senseless? They're moving the payload.
Heals
Oops.
coming up.
Misclick. Oh, that's tough.
I will not let you fall.
More in here. More, did you just leave me? What the fuck, Moira? Why did you? Oh my! I suck. I mean, I can't blame the Moira there. It's certainly not her fault.
They'll regret that.
30 seconds remaining.
Keep your heads down. We've almost got this. Come get here.
I guess we're giving this point up.
Payload on.
My ultimate ability to charge.
Nerf this.
Where's the heals?
Much better.
There's a Moira over here. Moira over here.
That warms the bones.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Everyone heal up. Smithereens.
Did it myself. Yeah, hunt that Moira down.
I'm ready to unleash the
I'm slippery, I'm sneaky, probably too many people here. Could be a game winner. Oh, it's a game winner. Fuck!
Still got some fight. I've got you in my sights.
So bad. So bad. Doot doot. Newt Newt and Doot Doot. Newt Newt, was that you? Be honest with me.
Play of the game.
Wait. Womp. Newt Newt. That's a womp. That's a big old Nitsa hoot. I would like to play support. So the reason why I'm going to Stadium is because I'm trying to unlock competitive. Oh, we're in. Apparently, a Stadium is worth twice the amount. So
Stadium awaits. First up, time to face off in control.
Kona! There's a kitty cat who's licking me the entire time. Coney, Coney Boney, Coney Baloney. Sorry, Cone. Put you down. Frasia? Maybe, I don't know. No, I'm gonna go May.
Now that's what I call a competitor.
It's gonna be May. Let's go, team. Come early, come often. Kona, you're kind of interrupting things here for me.
There's no way they can stop May.
Wow, there's no way. Kona.
Folks, this is a match you'll want to watch. Welcome to the Armory.
What do I want? Primary fire range. What is primary fire? Oh, duh.
Everyone could use a little help in the stadium. These are example builds picked by the pros to start our competitors off on the right foot. Time to power up. Powers are impactful modifiers that define a build, so competitors must choose carefully.
Kona.
Almost time for the first round, and the teams are readying up.
Kona. Please.
Only
You're a
20
very lovely
seconds
girl.
before the action begins. The armory is closing shortly. Three, two, one.
Let's go, team. Oh, Kona. She's back. Oh, damn. Potato. Potato. Potato said, I'm not good. Potato told me I'm not good. Look in my face. In my face, y'all.
The scientific method.
What the? I couldn't even come around the corner. Damn. Very bad. Very, very bad.
Time for another experiment.
Thanks, Jonah. See you later. See, the thing is... Oh. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye. I don't understand this game mode.
Soldier 76 is back in command. It looks like this round is a loss, but they'll be sure to
Good.
bring it back.
I don't want to play this.
Let's check the standings. 0. Let's have a look at our MVPs.
I'm trying.
Coming up, put those hands together. It's time for push. What tactics will the teams come up with this
What
round?
tactics?
Another round down, and it's safe to say the teams are in the zone. Only 20 seconds remain before the action.
Why wouldn't I buy everything? I don't, just like,
We are running out of time. Let's go.
The armory is closing shortly. Three, two, one. Capture the objective.
Deep breaths. We can do this.
The objective goes live in 10.
We got robots. Come on, everyone. Let's push.
yo.
Don't let him push that barricade!
We have to try again. We can't let them keep going. Surrender to my will.
They're so close.
Where they at though? Where they at though?
We're achieving the lead. The barricade is progressing.
That's a couple ults.
60 seconds remaining.
I've got you in my sights.
Mistake.
You must stop the enemy from advancing.
Yo, like, just get this over with.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Pro.
The world's not going to save itself. Well done, team.
Time runs short. Take the robot now.
Almost done. Don't leave the robot.
Nice.
I'm actually on fire.
Oh shit.
The lead
We
is
gotta do this or what?
almost there. Stay with the robot.
Bruh.
Looks like they pulled ahead.
Wow.
Score
Who said GG?
2-1.
Who said GG?
You can really tell who the playmakers are. Next up, the teams are going head-to-head in Control. The teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial.
Where's my money?
It's a fierce
I've got
competition.
cash.
Who will cave to the pressure and who will come out on top?
Slots are full? Oh.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round. The armory is about to close. Three, two, one. Capture the objective.
Yo, what is that? That's crazy. Moira's.
The objective goes live. 10. The objective's live.
Oh, come on! I didn't have my chip. Ah! Stinky, stinky, poopy.
Clear the test subject.
Womp. You right, you right.
The important thing is to keep learning.
I can't talk in match chat. I haven't unlocked it yet.
Universum sinkt vor mij! I've got you in my sights.
I didn't hear no bell. I didn't hear no bell. Oh, that was big. It was very large.
Het universum zingt voor mij!
Looks like the win was out of reach this round. Here's our score.
I mean, it wasn't like I was doing nothing.
2-2. Some intense competition this round. Coming up next, it's time for Clash. It's time for the teams to consult their playbooks.
What do you want me to do here? I just don't understand. Oh, we could do 2 of these. Yo, that's huge.
We've already seen so much action, and there's still more to come. Only 20 seconds remain before the action begins.
Okay, we got this team. Bruh.
The armory is closing shortly. Three, two, one. Commencing attack on objective B.
La 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 la.
Until the objectives are locked.
Enemy here!
The objective is now active. That's why you don't mess with the yokai.
The scientific method.
They lost the objective. Now falling back to objective C.
I don't know where the next objective is. Oh.
The objective goes live in 10. The objective's open. They take the bounty.
Surrender my will.
Feel better?
Tired of streaming to 0? Let's change that. You custom buckets. No thanks, bud. No thanks. Real great offer. Real great offer, but no. No. Oh shit, I'm alive.
Looks like the win was out of reach this round. Here's our score. 1 to 3. Quite the performance from these superstars.
I think comms are off the charts though.
Let's
Nobody can say shit about the comms.
Now's the time for our teams to
Kill
work out their
me.
strategies.
Oh, that's huge. I've been looking at these. What? What?
Kill me.
Many thanks.
These teams are giving it their all for a shot at
Oh,
the win.
play nice. Come on. Such a Moira thing to say.
No.
Ja, 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 ja.
The arena is calling. Our teams have 20 seconds left.
We can't lose. Come on, everyone.
Not long now until the teams lock in for the round.
Blame me, blame me. I love it.
To the objective.
Let us keep our questionable choices to a minimum.
Wait, let me get through the speed.
The objective goes live in 10.
Yo, who's got Kumis on the ground? What the fuck? That's large.
Such a quick time to push.
Not for aiming DPS now. I'll take all the credit for that. Again, insane comms. Like, who is calming? Like, it's incredible. I'm calming, I'm calming. So Blizzard basically just does nothing. Is the vibe I'm getting. Blizzard is ace. Ace in your face.
60 seconds remaining.
May is Loki not good.
Heal me! Heal me!
Yes, yes, I've decided this is not, GG's. Lots of fun. Really great time. Everybody, top of the charts. Well done. Across the board. No, we're not requeuing. I don't like Stadium. Only heals, please. Only support. Only support. You!
You're being such a little cutie and annoying. Oh, isn't that your job? Yes, it is.
Vote for a map.
Oh no! What is Clash?
Approaching the throne of Anubis.
Is this 2 CP? What is Clash? I don't know what this game mode is.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I must close my eyes,
Okay,
open my heart,
good luck.
and believe.
Stay sharp. It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Oh no!
One. Attack on objective C.
I'm here, I'm here. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Sword for your wound.
Objective unlocked.
Eyes on a target. Taking care of you.
Objective unlocked.
Nodding off over there.
Yo, great snipe! Oritsa! Sick.
You'll have to try harder than that.
We're outnumbered. Stay sharp.
Objective unlocks.
Sick!
Objective unlocked.
Humanity is shackled. I hold the key. Fall back. Your end is within my reach.
End it! End me!
with cynics.
Help me!
They're attacking the objective.
Time again to try again.
Oh fuck! I hit the wrong button.
Elimination is imminent.
Match point.
You cannot escape me.
Enhancing your vitals.
Bitch. Oops. Overextended, I'll admit it.
Match point.
To start and
I'm popping off and I know I'm popping off. Oh fuck.
surrender to your mother.
End me! Heal me!
Nanos administered.
More. How did we do this?
How are you?
Objectives captured.
More.
Surrender to your mother.
Where's he? No!
Evolution is a painful path to walk.
This is it. For all the marbles. Not half the marbles. Not a quarter of the marbles.
Awaits us. Match
All of them. Every single marble. Mercy. Moira. Mercy. Mercy if you can. Fuck! Take some space, Diva!
Activating self-destruct sequence. This is pretty hard.
To start
Finish it! Finish it!
Look at me go.
Finish it! Healers! Somebody! Diva hasn't picked a hurt. Alright.
I've dealt with cynics before.
GG's.
See the enemy
Okay, game dev time. Oh man, I forgot to. Oopsie doozle. People still think I'm playing Aim Labs. Game. I'm coming out, so you better get the party started.
Yo, thanks a lot. Turn the stream off, nobody is watching. You Smurf? Bro, I'm not a... My peak is bronze. Facts, you can't even Smurf and unrated, bro.
That's not how it works. We're 5 stack. Oh, we left Spike.
Yo, the Spike.
Fine. I got it.
Adios. Here.
We go B or C? I mean, do we go B or A?
Let's just go A. Yeah, let's go B. Go B.
Guaranteed only at least one A.
Parce que j'ai toujours une voix de roux. Ce n'est pas le câble. Qu'est-ce que ça pourrait être? Je ne sais pas.
Je m'appelle... Parlez-vous français? Oh shit, what am I doing? What am I doing? This needs to be on Game Dev. What am I doing? What am I doing? Logi. Okay, let's bring this up.
So we're going to create a fire function, and we're going to associate this function with our left mouse button. And here you can see that I'm drawing debug spheres at the tip of our turret barrel, just to prove that this action mapping is working. Whenever I click the left mouse button, something is happening. Hey, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about creating a fire function, or a function we can use for when we want to spawn our projectiles. So we're going to create a fire function, and we're going to bind it to an action mapping. Now, we've been using axis mappings. An action mapping is similar. Let's talk about it. Now, here's a section of a screenshot of the fire action mapping that we have in our project settings. You'll see that we have the left mouse button assigned to the fire action mapping. Now, an action mapping is very much like an axis mapping. You can assign a key or a button to it, and just like an axis mapping, it requires a function that can be bound to the action mapping. Now, axis mappings fire off every single frame of the game. They're like the tick function, and the float value passed in changes depending on which buttons are being pressed. Action mappings are slightly different. A callback function bound to an action mapping takes no input parameters, and all that happens is when you press the button, the function gets called. What goes on inside of the function is up to us as the developer. Now, action mappings are one-offs. They don't happen every frame. They only happen once when you press the button. So if you release the button and press it again, the function will be called once more. Now, when we bound functions to the axis mappings, we used bind axis. For action mappings, we use a function called bind action, and it takes inputs similar to bind axis. It takes the name of the action mapping.
What's going on here, huh? Respawn? No. Tank. Turn rate, category movement. Mint.
As a string literal. It also requires a pointer to the class we're binding the function on, for which we can use this, and it takes, of course, a callback function. Now, an additional parameter it takes that bind axis does not require is an enum constant, specifying whether or not we'd like this function to be called when we press the button or when we release the button. So there are two options for this input parameter, the enum constant IE pressed and the enum constant IE released. This means we can call bind action passing in IE pressed if we'd like to bind a callback function for when we press the button. And instead, if we used IE released, then our callback function would be called when the button was released. For our fire function, we're concerned with when we press the button. So let's make a fire function and bind it to the fire action mapping. Now, I'm here in base pawn, and the reason I'm here in base pawn is because this fire function is something that we can use in the tank class and in the tower class. So if we place it here in base pawn, then both tank and tower will inherit this function. And since both the tank and the tower are going to fire projectiles, then they can simply inherit the function and use it. Now, since I'd like access to the function in both the child classes, I can place this function here in the protected section, just like rotate turret. So under rotate turret, I'm going to create a void function called fire that takes no inputs, and we can go ahead and define the fire function in basepawn.cpp. So here's basepawn.cpp, and just under rotate turret, I'm going to place the fire function, and we need to fully qualify this function name and give it a function body. So now we have a fire function. Now the next step is to bind this to an action mapping. Now we only want to bind this function in the tank class because the tank is the only class that will be taking user input. We'll be calling the fire function in the tower class later, but that will be as a result of code we create and not as a result of user input. So we're here in tank.cpp, and we're going to bind this in setup player input component just like we used bind axis. So we're going to use the player input component. So player input component, and the function is going to be bind action. Now the first input is going to be the string literal, which we're going to wrap in a text macro as usual, and this action mapping is called fire. Now the next parameter is going to be that enum constant that determines whether or not we'd like this function to be called when we press the button versus when we release the button. And we're going to use IE_pressed since we'd like our function called when we press the button. Now next is the user class object, that's going to be this, and finally we have our callback function. So we can say a tank fire. And now our fire function is bound to the fire action mapping. So we know that our fire function is bound to the fire action mapping, but we'd like some visual confirmation, and that's what your challenge is going to be. So in the fire function, I'd like you to draw a debug sphere. We've already seen how to do this, so go ahead and fill in the parameters with values that you think are appropriate. Use the location of the projectile spawn point. Now, the projectile spawn point is a useScene component, and useScene components have a function called getComponentLocation. This returns an F vector. This is what you can use to get the projectile spawn point location. Now, when you call draw debug sphere, use a duration of about 3 seconds so we can see that sphere for a little while before it disappears. Pause the video and do this now.
Oh shit. Right? The colors projectile spawn point. Yep.
Okay, so I'm back here in basepawn, and here in basepawn.cpp, I'm going to include draw debug helpers. So we have access to draw debug sphere. So I'm going to say include draw debug helpers.h. And now down here in the fire function, we can draw.
Where's my draw debug sphere previously? Tower? In tank for sure.
Have access to draw debug sphere. So I'm going to say include draw debug helpers.h. And now down here in the fire function, we can draw the debug sphere. Now the first thing I want to do though is get the location of the projectile spawn point. Now I can create a local F vector for this, and I can call this projectile spawn point location. And I can initialize it using the projectile spawn point and calling get component location. So now I have the location of the projectile spawn point, and this is what I can use when calling draw debug sphere. So I'm going to call draw debug sphere. And for the first input, we need the world, and we know that we can get the world using getWorld. Next, we need the center of the sphere. That's going to be our projectile spawn point location. So that will be what I pass in as the second parameter. And next, we need the radius of the sphere. Now, I'm going to have a small sphere. I'll give it a radius of, say, 25.f. For the number of segments, I'm just going to use 12. And for the color, I can use fcolor, red. Now, for draw persistent lines, we're going to have our lines hang around for 3 seconds. So we can make this false because we don't want them to persist forever. We're going to give this debug sphere a lifetime of 3.f. So let's go ahead and compile this now. And I'm going to
Yeah, I probably should compile before this. Okay. And let's fix this. Where's fire? Tank.cpp. Ah, action. Okay, let's go to BPD tank, blueprint editor, Changa, projectile spawn point. You should be over here. Perspective. Right.
spawn point, and this is what I can use when calling
migratory increment for pillow. Best viewers on streamboo.cc.
And we know
no.
Using get world.
How about no?
The center of the sphere, that's going to be our projectile spawn point location. So that will be what I pass in as the second parameter. And next we need the radius of the sphere. Now I'm going to have a small sphere. I'll give it a radius of say 25.f. For the number of segments, I'm just going to use 12. And for the color, I can use F color, red. Now for draw persistent lines, we're going to have our lines hang around for 3 seconds. So we can make this false because we don't want them to persist forever. We're going to give this debug sphere a lifetime of 3.f. So let's go ahead and compile this now. And I'm going to hit play and click, and now we can see our debug sphere. And of course, it goes away after 3 seconds. Now this is good confirmation that our action mapping is working, and it's also giving us verification of the location of the projectile spawn point. So once we actually start spawning projectiles, we know that they will spawn at the correct location as indicated by the debug sphere. So this is great. So in this video, we created a fire function, and we bound it to the fire action mapping. And to prove that it was working, we drew a debug sphere at the projectile spawn point whenever we click the left mouse button. So we have a fire function, we're almost ready to start spawning projectiles, and we've also placed this function in the base pawn class, so that way our tower can also use it. So in the next video, we're going to discuss how our tower is going to use this function. I'll see you soon.
Cool, next video. Timers. Sleeping.
So if I get close to our towers, I can see that they are drawing debug spheres, proving that they're calling the fire function, and they're doing so every 2 seconds. Now, in addition to that, they're only calling this function if I'm in fire range. If I get back here, you'll notice that they're not drawing debug spheres. So this involves a distance check as well. And as soon as I'm close enough, well, there they go, drawing those debug spheres. Hello and welcome back. Now we've already created a fire function, and we're using that in the tank class because we've bound it to the fire action mapping. But we'd also like to reuse this with the tower class. Now, rather than using user input for the tower class, we're going to use timers. We're going to create a timer for the tower class so that the timer can call the fire function every so often. We'll set a specified number of seconds in between calls to the fire function. So since we'd like the fire function called every so often on the tower class, we need to talk about timers. Now, Unreal Engine has the ability to set timers using a class called FTimerManager. There exists a World Timer Manager which manages timers in the world. Now, this World Timer Manager has a function called setTimer, and setTimer takes a number of inputs, such as a timer handle. This is a handle to a specific timer managed by the timer manager. This allows the manager to have multiple timers, and we can access the timer info for each one by using the timer handle as a sort of name or ID for that timer. This is an object of type fTimerHandle. So we create a timer handle and pass this in to the setTimer function. Now setTimer also requires other inputs, such as the rate or the amount of time that we should wait before actually doing something. Now that something is going to be in our callback function. We create a function and we bind this function to the timer so that as soon as enough time has elapsed, specifically the timer rate, then our callback function can be called. So we've seen that we need a few things for our timer, and we're going to place these things in the tower class. So let's go into tower.h, and here in the tower.h file, we're going to add some private variables. So just under fire range, we're going to need our timer handle. So this is an fTimerHandle, and we can simply call this fire rate timer handle. And we also need a fire rate. That's going to be a float. We're going to call this fire rate, and we can initialize this to 2.f, so that way we'll have a 2-second wait before our callback function actually gets called. And speaking of callback functions, we actually need one. So we're going to make a void function, and we can call this check fire condition. So we have a timer handle, and as soon as we set the timer and it starts running, then we have 2 seconds to wait before the timer actually results in our function being called. And I'm calling this check fire condition because we can check to see if our tower should be able to call the fire function. So we can place some conditions that we can check to make sure that fire should be called. Now we have the fire condition function declared, we need to define it. So we can go into tower.cpp and define the function here. I'm going to place it under begin play. So I'll give it a function body and the aTower class name just before the function name. So now we have a function, but we actually need to set the timer so that that time will start running and the function will be called at the end of that time. And we can set the timer here in begin play so that it starts running from the beginning of the game. So we mentioned the world timer manager, and we can access that with a function called get world timer manager. Now get world timer manager returns an fTimer manager object, and since we're using that type, we're going to need to include the header file for fTimer manager. So here is the include. It's simply timermanager.h, and we can also see some of the functions that belong to this class. So scroll through these if you're interested in all of the different functions that belong to fTimer manager. So we can include this header file up here at the top of tower, just under the other includes. So now that we have that header file included, now we have access to the world timer manager, and the function that we're interested in is called setTimer. Now get world timer manager simply returns an fTimer manager. It doesn't return a pointer, so we're going to use the dot instead of the arrow, and we're going to call setTimer. Now setTimer has several versions or function overloads. Now VS Code has this pop-up that lets us go through each overload and see the different versions of this function. And the version I'm interested in first takes an fTimer handle, and we're going to use our fire rate timer handle, which we declared in tower.h. Now the next parameter for our particular function overload is going to be the user class. Just like in bind access and bind action, this is the class that we're working in, which we're binding the function for. That's going to be this. Now next is going to be the callback function. That's going to be our aTower check fire condition, that function that we just created. Now we do need the address of operator because setTimer takes the function address. Now the next parameter is a float for the rate. This is going to be how much time should pass before our callback gets called. That's going to be our fire rate. And the final parameter is a Boolean, which will specify whether or not this timer should loop. Now I would like our callback function called every 2 seconds, so I do want this timer to loop. So I'm going to say true. If we were to pass in false, then 2 seconds would pass, our function would be called, and that would be it. But since we set it to loop, our function will be called after 2 seconds, after which the timer will restart, and then after 2 more seconds, the function will be called again, and it will continue looping until the game is over. So we now have a function bound to our timer, and it's set to be called every 2 seconds. So we've bound a function to our timer, and it's going to be called every 2 seconds. But we'd like some sort of proof or confirmation.
No chat only game. Yes, I am following a tutorial.
That this function is actually being called. So for your challenge, in the tower class, go into our new callback function, check fire condition, make sure the tank is in fire range. You're going to check the distance from the tower to the tank, and we know how to do this because we're already doing this in the tick function. So you may need to look in the tick function and see how this is done to remind yourself. Now check that distance, make sure we're in fire range, and then if we are, call the fire function. Pause the video and implement this now. Okay, so
pause the video and implement this now.
back in tower.cpp, and I'm just going to scroll up to the tick function to remind myself how I got this distance and checked to see if it was in fire range. Now, we could simply reuse this code down here in check fire condition. Now, reusing code is not very efficient, so we may think about refactoring this, but first, let's just make sure we got this working. So we can first check our tank pointer to make sure it's valid. So I'm going to do that here in check fire condition. I'm going to say if tank, and if the tank is valid, the next thing we can do is get that distance, which is this value here calculated with the f-vector dist function. So I'm going to take that and place it down here in check fire condition. Now, the next thing we do is check to see if distance is less than or equal to fire range. So that's what we'll do down here. We'll say if distance is less than or equal to fire range. And if that's the case, then we can simply call the fire function. So we're going to call fire, and it's as simple as that. So let's go ahead and compile this, and we're back in the editor, and I'm going to hit play and get in fire range, and I can see
Compile. Still failed. Oh, we're graded, baby. Owie, owie, owie. I would like this spring arm.
that our towers are drawing debug spheres at the tip of the barrel. So we can see that that fire function is being called, and it works the same way for the tower as it does for the tank. So this is great. This is proving to us that our timer is running and our callback function is being called every 2 seconds. Okay, so we've got this fire function called every 2 seconds. Now in check fire condition, we have this functionality where we're seeing if we're in range, and we're doing the same exact thing here in the tick function. So this is
refactor
an opportunity to refactor. We could create some sort of function that will return us a Boolean if we're in range with the tank. So why don't we go ahead and just quickly refactor this into a bool returning function. So here in tower.h, let's create a private function. It's going to return bool, and we're going to say in fire range. Now this is a simple game, and our tower is only going to be in range with the tank. So this is not ambiguous because there's nothing else that the tower would ever want to check to see if it's in range of. Now if this were a more complicated game with other things that the tower would want to check the distance for, then we might name this a little bit differently, but we can just simply call this in fire range. And what I'm going to do is implement this here in tower. So let's go ahead and create the function body. We're going to need that a tower prefixing the function name. And what we're going to do here is basically the same distance check. So we're first going to check to make sure tank is valid with an if check. Now, if it is, then we can get this distance. So we can copy this line and just create our local distance float right here and simply check that distance against the fire range. So we can say if distance is less than or equal to fire range. And if that's the case, we can simply return true. This function can return the value true. And now we have a function we can call that will return true if we're in range. Now, as soon as we hit this return true line here in the if statement, then the function will return. We'll jump out of the function. So anything else after this if statement will not run. So what we can do is at the very end of our in fire range function, we can return false. because if we ever reach the return true, we will never actually get to the return false line down here. We'll simply exit from the function early. But if we're not in range, if this distance check here fails, then we'll never hit the return true, and we'll reach the end of the function and return false. So this function will return true or false based on whether or not we're in range. And we can use this instead of using repeated code in our two functions. So up here in tick, for example, we only need a single check to see if we're in range before we rotate the turret. So what we can do is we can say if in fire range, and if this returns true, we are in fire range. So we can call rotate turret. So we'll put that right there in the if statement. And now all of this code is unnecessary. So we can simply delete it. And now in fire range, and if this returns true, we are
Compile, 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 compile.
in fire range. So we can call
God damn.
rotate turret. So we'll put that right there in the if statement.
Oh, duh.
And now all of this code is unnecessary, so we can simply delete it. And now this looks a lot cleaner than what we had before. And then
Bill, fail.
down
Rotate turret.
here into check fire condition and do the same thing. Instead of all this, we can simply check.
Bruh. Any other ones? That should be it.
Check if in fire range. And if we are, we can simply call fire. So now we've successfully refactored all of that code into a check that's made in our in fire range function. So let's go ahead and compile this again and just play test it real quick just to make sure that everything works as expected. So we're going to go ahead and hit play and get in fire range. And of course, we are in fire range and it's working correctly. So in summary, we created a timer, and every 2 seconds, we're calling the fire function in the tower class. Now, we're also checking to see if tank is in range, so we're only calling the fire function every 2 seconds if the tank is within the fire range distance. And we also saw that we were using that distance check in 2 different functions, so we refactored it into its own function, and we simply call that to check to see if we're in range. So we now have a fire function called on the tower class. The next thing to do is to actually start spawning projectiles with our fire function, so we're going to talk about that in the next video. I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. Now we're ready to create a projectile class. Now our tanks and our towers need to fire projectiles, which means we're going to need a C++ class for the projectile. Now the projectile is going to need its own static mesh so that we can see the projectile once we spawn it in the world. So we're going to create the C++ class, and then we'll create a blueprint based on this class. And this is going to be a challenge for you, since these are all things that you already know how to do. So you're going to create a new C++ class and choose the correct parent class. Now, the projectile doesn't need to handle any user input, so that should tell you right there that this is not going to be a pawn. Now, once you've done this, add a static mesh variable, just like we've done for our other classes. Construct it in the constructor using createDefaultSubObject and set the static mesh as the root component. Now, once you're done, go ahead and create a blueprint based on this projectile class. And in the blueprint, set the static mesh property for the static mesh component. Pause the video and
Pause the video. Choose the correct parent class. Let's see. How do I create the new? Oh, delete. Control Z. I want content drawer. Content drawer, content drawer. Don't need possession or input. I think it would be an actor then. So I can... I completely forget how to make new C++ classes. Tools, here we go. New C++ class, bang. It's an actor. This will be projectile.
create the projectile class now. Okay, so we're ready to create the projectile C++ class. So I'm going to go to File, New C++ class, and because we don't need user input, this is just going to be a basic actor. An actor can be placed in the world or spawned in the world, and we're going to be spawning these in the world, so we need to derive from the actor class. I'm going to click Next and name this new class. Now this is a projectile, so I think projectile is a perfect name for this. I'm going to leave it in the same folder as all our other C++ classes and click Create Class. So here we have projectile.h and projectile.cpp, and we need to add a static mesh variable. So I'm going to add a private section just under the protected one, so private, and we're going to need a uStaticMesh component. So this will be a uStaticMesh component. It's going to be a pointer. Now that's okay if you named it something different. I'm going to call this projectile mesh. Now we're going to expose this using uProperty. So uProperty, and I'd like to be able to edit this from the default blueprint. So I think edit defaults only is appropriate for this. I'm going to give it a category, and the category can be combat. It's not really important what we call it, and that's all the exposure I'm going to give this variable. That's okay if you have different uProperty settings here. Now we need to construct this, so let's go into projectile.cpp into the constructor and say projectile mesh, and we're going to call create default subobject using uStaticMesh component. And for the text, I'm just going to say projectile mesh. And finally, we need to set this to be the root component, so I'm going to say root component equals projectile mesh. And I'm going to spell it correctly there. Okay, so that takes care of the
You can feed a cottontail hopping down the bunny trail.
++ side of things. Now, you may not have thought of this, but we have this primary actor tick, B can never tick equals true, and because our projectile doesn't really need
Failure! You were failure!
variable. That's okay if that takes the header file for uStaticMesh component squiggles here under the assignment operator, and this B can never tick equals true, and because our projectile doesn't really need to tick, we can set this to false. So if you'd like, go ahead and set that to false along with me here. And we do get the red squiggles here under the assignment operator, and this is simply because we need to include the header file for uStaticMesh component. So if we go to basepawn.cpp, we can see that header file here because we needed to include it for the static mesh components in the base pawn. So I'm going to steal that include and paste it right here at the top, and that way uStaticMesh component is defined. Now let's go ahead and compile this. And I'm back here in the editor, and the next thing we need to do is create a blueprint based on projectile. Now I'm going to go into the blueprints folder, and we have a pawns folder. I'd like to create a new folder and call this actors because our projectile is not a pawn, so it doesn't really need to go into the pawns folder. So we have a new actors folder.
Actors.
I'm going to go into it, and this time I can right-click and select Blueprint Class. And here we can select the class to base this blueprint on. If we click the drop-down next to all classes, then we can search for projectile. And there is the projectile class. So I'm going to select that, click Select, and now we have a new blueprint based on the projectile class. So that's another way to create a blueprint based on one of our C++ classes. Now I'm going to call this BP_projectile, and I'm going to double-click to open up BP projectile, and I'll click Open Full Blueprint Editor. If you see that, go ahead and click on it, and we have our blueprint, and here's projectile mesh. And by default, it doesn't have its static mesh property set, so we're going to set that, and I'm going to choose the SM projectile. I'm sure that is what you selected for your projectile. Makes sense. So we have a projectile. Excellent. I'm going to compile and save this, close out of it, and click Save All, just to make sure everything is saved, and we now have a projectile. So in summary, you have created your projectile class, and you created a blueprint based on projectile and gave it a uStaticMesh component variable, and in the blueprint you set its static mesh, so now we have a projectile to work with. We're ready to start spawning these things, and we're going to take care of that in the next video. I'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. Now we've already created our projectile class, and we're ready to start spawning these things in the level so that we can launch them at the towers and eventually destroy them. Now,
oh, I missed this. Malfunction Gaming.
So we're going to learn how that works in this video. Now let's talk about spawning the projectile.
Thanks for the follow,
this is what
homie.
we'd like to do from the C++ side of things. We're going to call C++ functions to create new objects dynamically in the world. Now we're spawning from the C++ side of things, but we'd like to spawn an object based on the blueprint of our projectile class. The reason is because we have a blueprint based on the A projectile C++ class, which contains additional information. Specifically, it has that mesh property set. We chose the mesh for our static mesh component. So we can't just spawn the C++ version. We have to spawn the blueprint version in order to get that mesh. So the question is, how do we spawn an object in C++ which is based on a blueprint? Well, we're going to learn about something called T-subclass of. Now this is a template, and like many templates, the angle brackets are going to require a type. So using T-subclass of requires a type parameter, and this allows us to have a variable that stores something called a uClass. uClass represents a class type, but it also has the ability to interact with Unreal Engine's reflection system. When I say reflection, I mean exchanging information between the C++ and the blueprint side. T-subclass of, as the name suggests, allows us to store a variable that represents a class based on the type we're passing in, or a subclass of this chosen type. This means we can choose a type, and T-subclass of can hold a uClass that represents that type, or any type derived from it, and this includes blueprints based on the type. So let's see how this T-subclass of thing works. Okay, so I'm back here in base pawn, and the reason I'm in base pawn is because we want this projectile to be on both the tank and the tower classes. Both of those classes are going to be spawning projectiles. So I'd like a T-subclass of variable here. So I'm going to say T-subclass of, and in the angle brackets we need to pass in a type. Now we can forward declare even inside angle brackets like this, and I'm going to make the type a projectile. And the reason is because we created the projectile class, and its type is a projectile. So I'm going to create this variable, and I'm going to call it projectile class. Now this is going to allow us to have a C++ variable that represents a class type, and the type can be based on a projectile, even a blueprint class type based on this. Now I'm going to give it a U property. And because I'd like to be able to edit this, at least in the default blueprint, I'm going to make this edit defaults only. Now we can give this a category. I'll place it in a category called combat. Now let's go ahead and compile this. Okay, so I'm back in the editor, and I'm going to go into the blueprints folder, and from there into the pawns folder, and I'm just going to open up BP pawn tank and open full blueprint editor. Now if I look in the details panel, I can look for combat. Here it is, and here's the projectile
Kitty cat.
class variable. This is that T-subclass of that we called projectile class. Now notice we can set it here, and we can set it using a dropdown. And if we click on the dropdown, we have three options. We can set it to none, which is what it's set to by default, which basically means it's a null pointer, or we can set it to projectile or BP projectile. That's what T-subclass of allows us to do, is set this projectile class to a particular type based on projectile, since that's the type we chose when we made the variable. Now, projectile here, this is the C++ class called projectile. In C++, it's a projectile. But BP projectile is a blueprint based on the C++ projectile class. And we can choose this, and now projectile class is set to the BP projectile type. Now, this is not a component, and it's not a BP projectile object. That's not what it is. It stores a type, more specifically a uClass type. And like I said, uClass has built-in functionality that allows reflection to work between C++ and blueprints, information can flow between C++ and blueprints. So now we have projectile class, a T subclass of, set to the BP projectile blueprint type. So why go through all the trouble to create a T subclass of variable? Well, we need to discuss how the spawn actor function works. Spawn actor is a function belonging to the uWorld class. So if we get a hold of the world, we can call spawn actor. And spawn actor is another template function, and it's designed to create new objects, similar to create default subobject. But create default subobject is designed for creating components, and we can only use it in the constructor for a particular class. Spawn actor can be called at runtime while the game is running, and it can create actors. Now, it's a template, so it requires a type. If we're wanting to spawn a projectile, then we would pass in the C++ class type here, a projectile. This is the C++ class that gets returned by the spawn actor function in C++. Now, the parentheses take a number of parameters, including a U class. Now, there are multiple overloads of this function that take different input parameters. The most simple, perhaps, is the version that takes a U class, a location, and a rotation. The U class is what represents the type to spawn. This is the actual type of the object that gets spawned. This could be a blueprint class. The location is an F vector specifying where to spawn the object, and the rotation will specify its rotation. So an example of the syntax looks like this. We would call spawn actor, specifying the class type, and then passing in that U class information along with a location vector and rotation rotator. So let's talk about U class for a second. Now, as we've been saying, U class represents a class type. When we call spawn actor, we pass in a U class to provide the spawn actor function with information about the object to spawn. Yes, we passed in a type in the angle brackets, but that simply tells spawn actor the C++ type to create, whereas uClass contains more information. Let's say we created a blueprint based on a projectile, and in the blueprint we set some properties such as choosing the static mesh for the static mesh component. Now, if we were to just spawn a raw C++ class, then that static mesh will not be set on the newly spawned projectile object. Essentially, we'd just be spawning an invisible new actor. However, a uClass variable can represent a blueprint class. uClass gives us the ability to have a variable on the C++ side which represents a blueprint class type, and spawn actor can take that uClass as an input argument so that it can spawn a new.
Let's do the Dumo. What are you doing?
Object based on the blueprint represented by that uClass. So a new projectile will have its static mesh property set because we're spawning a new object based on the blueprint and not the raw C++ class. This is why we created our T subclass of, because it can store a uClass, and we were able to set it equal to BP projectile from our BP pawn tank blueprint. So now you know how to spawn actors. Spawn actor belongs to the uWorld class, so if you call getWorld and simply call spawn actor, then you know the input requirements for this function. You pass in the C++ type in the angle brackets, and the uClass, a location, and a rotation in the parentheses. So for your challenge, you're going to spawn the projectile. Do this in the fire function. So call getWorld spawn actor, and pass in a projectile in the angle brackets. This means you're going to need to include the header file for projectile, so don't forget that, and use our new variable projectile class as the uClass input parameter in the parentheses. Now, we need a location and a rotation. You're going to use the projectile spawn point for both location and rotation. From the projectile spawn point component, you can call getComponentLocation and getComponentRotation to access these values. So pause the video and call spawn actor in the fire function now. Okay, so let's go into basepawn.cpp, where we have the fire function defined. Now we have draw debug sphere here. We're not really going to need that anymore, so I'm going to delete this function call, and instead I'm going to call spawn actor here. Now we already have the projectile spawn point location. I'm going to rename this local variable to simply location, and I'm going to create a new F rotator called rotation. And this I'm going to get from the projectile spawn point as well. So it's going to be projectile spawn point get component rotation. So now I have the location and the rotation at which to spawn the projectile. So next, I need to call spawn actor. So I can call getWorld, and from the world that I get from this function, I can call spawn actor. Now this has angle brackets and parentheses, right? So in the angle brackets, I need to use a projectile. And since we're using a projectile, we need to include a header for that. So up here, I'm going to remove drawDebugHelpers.h and replace it with projectile.h. So now we have that type included. Now we need the uClass, and basepawn.h has projectile class. We can use that as the uClass, so we're going to pass in projectile class. Now, finally, we can pass in location and rotation, and this will satisfy the spawn actor function. So Let's go ahead and compile this. And we're back here in the editor and we can test play. So I'm going to go ahead and click and check that out. We have spawned a new projectile. We're spawning the projectile at the tip of our barrel, and they kind of just hover there in the air, which doesn't really look right, but that's okay. This is step one. We first have to spawn the projectile. Getting it to act like a projectile is the next step. So in summary, we are now spawning projectiles. This is a great milestone. However, they're not quite projectiles yet. They just hover there, and projectiles are supposed to fly through the air. So in the next video, we're going to talk about how to make our projectiles actually fly through the air so they're acting like projectiles. I'll see you soon. So the goal for this video is to have projectiles that actually launch through the air and behave as projectiles should. Hey, welcome back. In this video, we're concerned with making our projectile actually behave like a projectile and move. Now, there are different ways to handle this. One way is to manually set the location and rotation of the projectile ourselves. Now, this would generally require us to make the update every frame, so we would probably put this in the tick function. Another way is to simply add an impulse to the projectile and let the physics engine take over. Essentially, we're applying a force and launching that projectile and letting gravity do its thing, and the projectile will just fly off into the air. Now, another way would be to use a movement component. Now, this is a special type of component that we would add to our projectile class. And after setting some parameters on the movement component will handle the movement for the actor. Now, it just so happens that Unreal Engine has a built-in type of component made specifically for projectiles. So this takes advantage of some of the built-in features of Unreal Engine, and by doing this, we allow the movement component to handle the movement for us based on the settings that we provide. So this is the method that we're going to use. So we'd like to add a projectile movement component to our projectile class, and this is what will handle the movement for the projectile object. So as we spawn a projectile in the world, the projectile movement component, which belongs to the projectile class, can be set up and customized based on the variables on the projectile movement class that we set. Now, we're going to set a couple of those, such as its initial speed and its max speed, and the projectile movement component will actually move the projectile in the world for us. Now, here's the Unreal Engine documentation page for projectile movement component. This is the component that we're concerned with. And you'll see that it says projectile movement component updates the position of another component during its tick. By default, it's going to move the root component. Now, here's the include, and if you continue scrolling down, you'll see some root component. Now, here's the include, and if you continue scrolling down, you'll see some of the variables that can be set on the movement component. So scroll through this and take a look and see what the options are. Now, we add a projectile movement component to our class the same way we would add any other component, which means you already know how to do this. So your challenge is to go into the projectile class and add a projectile movement component pointer variable and expose this by making it visible anywhere. And that way, we can easily edit the projectile movement component from within Blueprints. Now, you're going to construct it in the projectile constructor using create default subobject.
Shit.
forget to include the proper header and set the initial speed and max speed variables of the projectile movement component. Now, choose your own values for these and set them in the constructor, and then playtest the game. You're going to adjust initial speed and max speed in the details panel by selecting the component in the projectile blueprint, and this will give you a little bit of experience tweaking parameters and experimenting as a developer. So pause the video and create the projectile movement component now. Okay, so I'm here in projectile.h, and you probably added your component in the private section. So if you did, you have the right instincts. We're going to make this a private variable. That's okay if you didn't. You can easily move it to the private section if you wish. Now this will be a u projectile movement component, and that's a pointer, and we can simply call this projectile movement component. Now I'm going to give this a u property and simply make this visible
Got him a lot. Got him a lot.
anywhere. Now, you probably gave it a category. If not, that's totally fine, but I'm going to give it a category and call it movement. So we have the projectile movement component. I'm going to leave off the declaration and see if I can get away with compiling. Now here in projectile.cpp, I'm going to include the header file. So back to the document.
You can't sit there.
documentation page. I'm going to copy this include and simply paste it in here in projectile, and now I'm ready to construct my component. So I'm going to say projectile movement component, and I'm going to use create default subobject, and the type will be U projectile movement component. And for the text, I'm simply going to call this projectile movement component. Just like that. There's my semicolon, and there we have it. Now, as instructed, we're going to set projectile movement component max speed, and I'm going to give this an initial speed of, say, 1300.f. This is something that we will experiment with, and through playtesting, we'll adjust this to the right value. Now I'm going to set projectile movement component dot initial speed, and I'll set it to the same value. So initial speed is going to be how fast the projectile component is when it starts, and of course it'll never go over max speed. Let's go ahead and compile this. Okay, so I'm getting a compilation error, and if I go up, I'll see that it's referencing projectile.h. So let's go back to projectile.h, and it says projectile.h 27. It's referring to line 27, and that's this line right here. And we get this projectile movement component is not a member of a projectile. Remember, this was the type of error we saw when we didn't forward declare. So we can easily forward declare this with the class keyword and compile again.
Fail, fail. Fail, fail. Burp.
A projectile. And we get this projectile movement component is not a member of a projectile. Remember this.
Yeah, why am I building in here? Let's shut this. Shut it down. Kona? Gotta
This is the type
sneeze.
of error we saw when we didn't forward declare. So we can easily forward declare this with the class, keyword, and compile again. And we get a successful compile. So again, this is how we can learn whether or not a particular component is included by default, and we saw that this one is not. So with a successful compile, let's hop back in the editor. Okay, so I'm back in the editor, and I'm going to go into blueprints and actors, and here is BP projectile. So here in BP projectile, now I see that projectile movement component, and in the details panel, you can see under projectile we have initial speed and max speed. And you can scroll through and see a lot of other parameters that we can set as well. So let's play test this. I'm going to hit play and left click, and check it out. Our projectiles are moving, they are flying through the air, and they stop once they actually hit something. Now, eventually what we'd like to do is have them blow up and cause damage, but this is a great starting point. Now, let's move within fire range and see if the turrets will spawn a projectile. And of course they don't. And the reason is because we have that T subclass of variable. So if you're wondering why the turrets weren't actually spawning projectiles, you may not have set that. So let's go ahead and go into pawns and BP pawn turret. And open full blueprint editor, and we placed the projectile class in the combat section. This is our T subclass of. So if we set this to BP projectile, now our turret should start spawning projectiles as well. So let's get in fire range, and there we have it. It's shooting projectiles at us, so this is looking awesome. So we now have projectiles, so let's take a look at our section plan. We've already created a tank that can move throughout the world, and we're now handling input with the WASD keys and mouse clicks. We've created an enemy turret class, we called it Tower in C++, and we've added fire functionality with projectiles. Now next we need to handle health, damage, and destruction in this game. So those are our next steps, and those are coming up in the videos to come. So now that we've added a projectile movement component, we now have actual projectiles. I'll see you in the next video when we start to talk about how we can make these projectiles.
All right. Stream elements finally kind of delayed there, bud. Alright, I'm going to Le Minecraft.
To blueprints and actors, and here is BP projectile. So here in BP projectile, now I see that projectile movement component is here. And in the details panel, you can see under projectile we have initial speed and max speed. And you can scroll through and see a lot of other parameters that we can set as well. So let's play test this. I'm going to hit play and left click, and check it out. Our projectiles are moving, they are flying through the air, and they stop once they actually hit something. Now eventually what we'd like to do is have them blow up.
Let's switch it up. Minecraft. What do I do today? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? What do I want to do today? Alright, we got these hoes. Grow up. Do I finally organize today? I think I do. Owie. Should I go to the end to get some... I think we do some housekeeping. Bro. Got any torches? I gotta pee. Wrong. You're kidding me? Did I just kill this guy? Why did that happen? I just killed my axolotl! Oh well. Sorry, bud. Alright, let's get all this junk out of here. No. Wait! He's alive! He's alive! Okay. What am I missing here? My sword, obviously. Holy shiitake mushrooms, where is my sword? What the fuck are you doing in here? Shitballs. Stay away from my axolotl. Jesus Christ, why is there in here? Okay. Oh, I have an anvil on me. No, the garbage. Um, Random armor. Get all these. Make some signs. Oh, that's too many. Damn it. Minerals? Random. 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 Beds. Books. Villagers. This will be called trial. Gear. Empty. 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 Can be mob drops. Why am I not using this? Just toss this egg. God damn it. Dirt. Cool. Wait. Ah! Alright, minerals unsorted. CBD. Random, pretty random. Ow. Crafted. None of that. We got some minerals here. Mineral. Glowstone dust. I don't know what that is. That mob drop. Feather could be a crafting item. TBD. Wood related. 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 There. Where's a goat horn? Yeah, we have 2 goat horns. This isn't crafted. This is... We need a treasure. This isn't treasure. This isn't treasure. This could be wood related though. This could be wood related. Where's the poppy? Crafting item. Okay, this is gonna be gear. Mob drop, glowstone, tools, weapons, building, calcite. Oh, we got edible over here. Bang, bang, bang. Sugar is a crafting item. Sugar should be edible. Ah, what am I doing? And I need another. This is certainly a treasure. Ooh, this will be in minerals. Clay ball. Dear Lord. I can't. Oh, it was clean. I'm making this one dirt. Okay, wood. Meow. White is going to come out. Yes. Lapis Lazuli, a new one. Play ball. I don't know where the play is. For sure. Wood related. Crafting item. Crafted. Edible. It's not. Oh, this is gonna go. Edible. Yes, ma'am. Owie. Oh my goodness. Try to make an armored stand. What is bamboo? What is this? Dun, dun, dun. Chorus flower will be nether. Sure. Crafted. Compass. Minerals. Crafted. You can't stack those? You know that's. Treasure. Nope. Hello, cat on my lap. Bamboo. Sure, we'll put that there. I didn't empty the shulker. Ouch. Stack saddles, please. Where's wood related? Yeah. No. Nether. That's technically not nether. Whatever nether crafted, it's getting pretty full. Crafted wood. Oh. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. I think that's wood related. Buried treasure map will be literal treasure. Okay, edible. This is potato. Mob drops. Projectiles. Minerals. Nugget. Nether. This. Where's flint? And minerals, I think. Yeah. Dirt. Got some dirt. Okay, that's it for me. Peace out, y'all.